How's it going? Goon FC iteration V2.0 is a little overtuned. I did create a club again. We are currently second in the Premier League after 10 games with 22 points out of a possible 30. So pretty good. Pretty good. I'll catch you guys all up when we got a few more people here. Probably only get about 30 viewers these days, but we'll give it a bloody good go. Never stop the grind. That's what streaming is, a grind.
Excuse me, sir, but it's time to goose.
Goosey91 just resubbed for 136 months, happy 136 year anniversary Ted. Hope you are keeping well. Lots of love Goosey che soxo.
Thank you, Goosey. Thank you, Goosey. That is far too much money to waste on this miserable, lousy channel, but I appreciate it nonetheless. That's a lot of money. To be fair, that's one latte per month. $11 years. Yes! Yes! Bit of luck. Oh my god, that's so bad. Ref! Why is Kid Rock talking to military people about the Strait of Hormuz?
love will call. Love will make you feel it all in the cold.
Get your hands off my thigh. In the car, she turned to me and said, you're not going to forever, pull yourselves together. I know it seems strange, but things, they change. I see what you're saying. I thought you were saying geese, man. Your attention all night long. I asked you once, I asked you twice, I asked you 4 times if you'd like to dance to that song. Front crawl to stand down the stairs, and I followed you out in the rain. Nowhere to be found. You'll probably never look that pretty again. You're not 19 forever, pull yourselves together. Older woman, you're so slightly younger man. Oh wow, well I tell you what, I saw Cameron in December. He was amazing, and I would love to see the band. I think he's great, the drummer's great, the guitarist is great. Great band. I know it seems strange, but things they change. Older woman and ever so slightly younger man. God bless the band, they're doing all they can. Damn, they're so much quicker than us. Oh God, if we get that right back in it. No comment, Zarok. Yeah, yes. Have they released the schedule? They have, right? So yeah, it's poker with hidden rolls. I don't know anything about this hidden rolls stuff at all. I was not consulted, I've not been informed, nothing. So I genuinely am completely mystified as to what it could be. No. I'm sure we will be told nearer the time. I'm just saying, I don't know. I mean, it might be that these hidden rolls are like, you know, we all know them. It might be that they stay hidden. It's only when a player gets knocked out they tell us. I don't know. I think it would be better if we knew. It had their role at the bottom of this, you know, where it shows their player when we have a graphic. You'd be like, remember, Lewis's hidden role is he has to win 3 all-ins or something like that. You know what I mean? I'm a little annoyed that the top comment is that promoting our new game 6 days in a row is a bit much, but I feel like Yogg's Games is probably the best thing for the Yogg's cast if the games do well. Because we need the money to keep the doors open and the lights on and everything. Like, this is not the Yogscast heyday. This is not us making, or them making, a fortune just from Minecraft YouTube. The games is what keeps us going. Like, it's important. Like, Play Up and stuff like that. Massive for the Yogs. Massive. I mean, I know that, you know, I'm sure that is annoying for someone's time zone. But we either, like, the whole point is, this is Camp Yog to me is like Jingle Jam, but instead of charity, we're trying to raise money for the Yogs. That's the way I'm seeing it personally. Because I don't want the Yogscast to end. It would suck. I would fucking hate it. It's one of the favourite things of my life is being associated with all of those people down there and having a whole friend group down in Bristol. So many good memories, so many fun times. And genuinely some fucking great content. And some really smart people. So if something happened where that went south, I would hate that so much. Like, I've thought about this before. If it got to that point, would there be any possibility of a Jingle Jam where the whole deal is, this is to keep the Yogscast going, and we're not going to ask again for another 5 years or whatever, but this year it's not for charity, we need this money or we're having to close up shop. I wonder if people would hate that. I don't know, probably. I daydream about shit like that a lot. I'm not saying it would happen, or it could happen. I'm not saying it's been discussed ever. I think I'm probably the only person who'd even think of something like that. I'm a big nostalgia guy and a big... I understand You literally think yourself into symptoms that you don't have. It's like mind over body. Here's the one thing you cannot think into your head is genuine pain, like physical pain. And having a heart attack, by all accounts, apart from, I know some women especially can suffer from like phantom heart attacks, where this is what's wrong with a lot of medicine actually, is that when they talk about symptoms, they're talking about symptoms in men. A lot of the times in women they'll have a heart attack and the symptoms are completely different. Almost invisible. Invisible heart attacks do happen. But don't focus on the small, unlikely things. Women need to be made aware of the symptoms of heart attacks in women. But if you're a bloke, you need to know, it's the classic shortness of breath, tightness in the chest, shooting pains in the arm. But it's pain. It is painful. Having actual heart trouble is painful. And it's not just you feel a bit sweaty and clammy, your pulse starts racing, maybe one of your arms has gone to sleep. Because what I'll do is I'll be nodding off and my arm will go to sleep, or maybe I'll get a pain in my arm. And if I'm in that kind of frame of mind where I'm going to have a panic attack, my brain starts telling me, you're having a fucking heart attack, bud. It's happening. You're having a fucking heart attack. You're 50. You're 50, you're having a heart attack. And my brain starts careening out of control. And because you're panicking, your heart rate goes up and you start breathing harder. And then you start hyperventilating. And because of that, you get a shortness of breath, lightness of the head. And believe it or not, hyperventilation, one of the things that can happen when you're breathing too fast and your oxygen levels are going crazy, is that you will feel tingling in your arm and tingling in the extremities, and you'll start to think, oh my god, that's all part of it. And what you need to do is, the first few times it happens, panic away. You don't know what the fuck's happening, feel free to panic. But eventually you start to, it's like a horse that you've got to tame. And it's always going to be a bit wild. And once you started having them, there's no putting that back in the stable. It's there. And you just have to learn to recognize it and wrestle with it and be like, all right, hold on a sec. I know exactly what this fucking is. You're not ruining my sleep. You're not ruining my day. I'm taking control of this. And I know what this is. And I'm going to breathe slowly. And I'm going to calm my heartbeat and just take a beat. And that's it. That's what you just got to keep doing that. Which sucks. But it is what it is. Hello. So I headed to the wall, turned tail to call to the new domain. As if in the sight of sea, you suddenly look for rectangles to distract yourself. That's interesting. Unfortunately, most of mine happen at night, so I don't even have access to rectangles. And there's a few tricks. That's a good one. One of them is to just focus on where you are. And I list off things that are around me and where I am. Or I'll just hug my wife. That helps as well. She's very understanding about these things. Oy vey. I like that. That's a good one. Slow. You change overnight. Let's be cautious here. Second sun on the other line. Back in our town as a castaway. I'm reminded of the time it all fell in line on the 3rd of May. As if it were designed, painted in sand to be washed away. Oh, but I can hear you loud. Be quick, be quick, be quick! This is called 3rd of May by Fleet Foxes. They took a big hiatus and then they came out with a new album. It was great. Great album. Yeah, I chucked a water bottle. She's a good lady, but a teacher, so certain disciplines in life cannot be compromised. Yeah, I get that. I feel like it is such a common trope that women will spot things around the house that need doing that men will not. That it's either that we are just blind to that shit as men, or because our mothers did so much of that for us, we're blind to it because we've been raised to see it as not our job. And I think it's a combination of both. I know that in a lot of cases, men can be quite single-minded and focus on like one thing, and their mind isn't thinking about other things. When I can't sleep, it's because I'm thinking about some dumb shit, or a song is stuck in my head, or I'm thinking about a movie, or something like that. When my wife can't sleep, it's because we've got something coming up that she's planning for in her head. Like, or she's worrying about things that need to be done this weekend, and she's planning that kind of stuff. Because my wife will wake up and she's like, right, we've got to do this, 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 and this today. And I wake up and I'm like, ugh, breakfast, like that's it. So I think there is definitely an element of women a lot of the time, either because our brains are different. I think part of it is socialization, and part of it is genetics and the way our brains function. I mean, I think the fact that men are, for the most part, like you see this all the time. The blokes will hang out together and they'll happily not talk if they're doing something together. What happened there? Hold on. Oh wow, my internet. Oh, that was just the game processing so hard it paused everything. If you think about, you can see this quite often. Men will say, "Spent the whole day with my mate, and we just talked about fishing a bit, and we just fished, and we didn't chat much. Great day." My wife will come back from seeing her friends, and she'll be full of stories about what they're up to and their families, and this story and that story and this story. That's the typical, traditional view of the differences between male friendships and women's friendships. My friendships are not like that, I'll be honest with you. But it's such a prevalent thing that to say, well, my friendships aren't like that, therefore that is false, is kind of silly. I do think there is definitely something there to be said for the fact that a lot of friendships between women are very different from the friendships between men. And then, therefore, a lot of relationships are about a combination of those two very different sides forming the closest friendship you'll ever have in your life. So there's always going to be sparks in a good way and a bad way. In a good way because we're different and you've never had this before and this is cool and fun, and of course we're having sex and that's great. We're different in that, why did you leave that pile of laundry there and not take it upstairs? What do you mean? I didn't see it. Of course you saw it, it's right there. Well, it's by the washing machine. I didn't look by the washing machine. Why aren't you thinking to look at the washing machine? It just didn't occur to me. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. It didn't even occur to you. I guess I'll have to do it. That's the argument, right, that you see. Exactly. A lot of blokes... It's like the conversations I have with my male friends where something serious has come up. Sometimes it'll be between a few of us. A lot of the time it'll be like, as we're all heading off, can I have a quick word, mate? Yeah, sure, what's up? Oh, I've got this problem. And it's like a very private and very personal thing to share a problem you're having with another bloke. It's just not that common. And your mate's advice will be, yeah, mate, God, yeah, oh, God, that sucks. Yeah. Should probably see someone about that. Whereas I think a lot of other people, hopefully, you know, some blokes, but a lot of women, their first response would be, oh my God, that's terrible. Tell me all about it. Yes, the big man! Look at this assist from Pedro Lima. What a beast. Great header. Yeah, I mean, I only missed, again, I don't know where you're from. So, we don't really do the arranged marriage thing. I assume if you're saying that, you're from India or Pakistan or somewhere like that, where they have that kind of thing. India. So, obviously a far more conservative country. And a lot more, I don't want to say backwards, because that implies that our way of doing things is the best way, but personally, I think it's backwards to see women as one role and men as another, arranged marriages and all that kind of stuff. It's not for me. I don't like it. I like agency. I like individual agency, which is, I think, probably the most progressive idea, is that men and women both get to choose what the fuck they do with their lives. And culturally, telling women and men, you're getting married, is, to me, backwards as a European. Which, I don't know, maybe that seems unfair, but it's not for me. But yeah, that must be fucking tough. So, I mean, I get it. It's a different culture. But I think quite often we look at things like, we used to have arranged marriages, and now we don't. Like, the whole point of progressive politics is it gradually, progressively gets better for everyone. There's not one group that's better than another. There's not one race that's better than another. There's not one gender that's better than another. It's okay to be whatever you want to be. That is progressive politics to me. So anytime I see a country like India, which is like such an amazing country, such a brilliant country with so much opportunity and so much potential, still doing things like arranged marriages, you think, that's wild. It feels unprogressive. That's what I mean by backwards. You know Brian Cox was in D-Ream, don't you, Stannis? Professor Brian Cox. I'm glad to hear it's changing. I know there'll be a lot of resistance to that. Especially, you've got Modi is in charge, right? He's like, he's pretty conservative, isn't he, to say the least? But that kind of change can't come from government. That has to come from just people. Like, younger generations not going down the arranged marriages thing. And the whole one family having to pay the other family money and all that. I mean, that's crazy. To me. I can't imagine that. It is freezing. He's a good guy? Really? Wow. I've heard some pretty terrible things about him. Oh, referee! That seems harsh. I think I would suggest that as an opinion to someone who is not Indian and not in India. From externally, he seems like a guy that is not a good guy. But if things are working out better in India, I mean, you know, who am I to say otherwise? I'm just saying, from what I've heard, he's quite. I mean, you've got problems with different ethnic groups in India and stuff. Oh, yeah, exactly. 1.4 billion people. I mean, I'm English, so we have a lot of blame for the lack of many things in India. Just think where you'd be if it wasn't for us. It's pretty crazy. I've always thought, you know, the British Empire could have genuinely been a force for good. Like bringing infrastructure and legal systems and politics and democracy around the world, and also like benefiting both sides from that with like beneficial trade deals. But we didn't do that. We just took and enforced. I just think, what a shame. Because we could have been this genuine force for good. Just so short-sighted. That's why you know you can never trust the powerful. She's a brick and I'm drowning slowly off the coast and I'm heading nowhere. She's a brick and I'm drowning slowly. Exactly. I mean, if it was like, think about France, right? Their whole thing was, if you are part of the French sort of empire or whatever, you're French. You have the same rights. You can come and live in France, no problemo. And that feels so much more progressive. It just all became about money. And the moment it all becomes about money, it's dog shit. I think there's also a lot of, not just East India companies, a lot of racism as well, let's be honest. Of life. Yeah. Also, there's a lot of we're amazing. Like the moment you're successful, you think about. I was thinking about this the other day actually. You know the way you had got an athlete or an actor or a comedian or something, and they go from just trying their best and like working hard, and suddenly they're hugely successful, and they start believing their own hype, and they end up thinking that everything that they say is amazing and that they're inherently right because they're so clever. It's the same for empires. Yeah, they were. It was insane how much money they made. Aren't they like one of the richest companies that ever existed if you adjusted for inflation or something like that? They were basically a country. Mark Ruffalo? I don't know. I think a lot of these actors, if you've got a good heart, and I'm sure Mark Ruffalo's a decent guy, like I think Sean Penn has become this big political figure as well. They start to think, I am worth listening to because I am Mark Ruffalo. But being famous because you were the Hulk is not the same as being famous because you're brilliant. Also, Mark Ruffalo is always Mark Ruffalo. I just want to point that out. Yes! Willem de Friend? Oh, Willem Dafoe. Sean Bean? MacBoy, what's the valuation you're talking about? Sorry, I must have missed the detail or I've forgotten what I said. The East India Company. Oh, that's a ball. Fucking hell. Play it. Oh. A tornado flew around my room before you came. That's crazy.
In the deepest ocean, the bottom of the sea, your
king is talking?
At least in the first instance. Indeed, the very principle on which your Congress was founded, no taxation without representation, was at once a fundamental disagreement between us, and at the same time a shared democratic value which you inherited from us. Ours is a partnership born out of dispute, but no less strong for it. So perhaps in this example, we can discern that our nations are in fact instinctively like-minded, a product of the common democratic, legal, and social traditions in which our governance is rooted to this day. Drawing on these values and traditions, time and again, our two countries have always found ways to come together. And by Jove, Mr. Speaker, when we have found that way to agree, what great change is brought about, not just for the benefit of our peoples, but of all peoples.
You said by Jove.
This, I believe, is the special ingredient in our relationship. As President Trump himself observed during his state visit to Britain last autumn, the bond of kinship and identity between America and the United Kingdom is priceless and eternal. It is irreplaceable and unbreakable. Mr. Speaker, this is by no means my...
Can I just say, the US Senate rising to applaud an English monarch.
My 20th visit
Bit
to
of a
the United
throwback.
States, and my first as King and head of the Commonwealth. This is a city which symbolizes a period in our shared history, or what Charles Dickens might have called a tale of two Georges.
Yeah. Very reasonable, Your Majesty.
The first president, George Washington, and my 5 times great-grandfather, King George III. King George, as you know, never set foot in America, and please rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, I am not here as part of some cunning rearguard action.
That's pretty good.
The founding fathers were bold and imaginative rebels with a cause.
This is a remarkable speech.
200...
This is remarkable.
250 years ago, or as we say in the United Kingdom, just the other day,
He's a bit of a chuckler.
they declared independence. By balancing contending forces and drawing strength into diversity, they united 13 disparate colonies to forge a nation on the revolutionary idea of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They carried with them and carried forward the great inheritance of the British Enlightenment, as well as the ideals which had an even deeper history in English common law and Magna Carta. These roots run deep, and they are still vital. Our Declaration of Rights of 1689 was not only the foundation of our constitutional monarchy, but also provided the source of so many of the principles reiterated, often verbatim, in the American Bill of Rights of 1791. And those roots go even further back in history. The US Supreme Court Historical Society has calculated that Magna Carta is cited in at least 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789, not least as the foundation of the principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances.
There you go. There you fucking go. Fucking got him.
This is the reason why there stands a stone by the River Thames at Runnymede, where Magna Carta was signed in the year 1215. This stone records that an acre of that ancient and historic site was given to the United States of America by the people of the United Kingdom to symbolize our shared resolve in support of liberty and in memory of President John F. Kennedy. Distinguished members of the 119th Congress, it is here in these very halls that this spirit of liberty and the promise of America's founders is present in every session and every vote cast, not by the will of one, but by the deliberation of many, representing the living mosaic of the United States. In both of our countries, it is the very fact of our vibrant, diverse, and free societies that gives us our collective strength, including to support victims of some of the ills that so tragically exist in both our societies today. And, Mr. Speaker, for many here, and for myself, the Christian faith is a firm anchor and daily inspiration that guides us, not only personally,
What do you say something about God?
that guides us not only personally, but together as members of our community. Having devoted a large part of my life to interfaith relationships and greater understanding, it is that faith in the triumph of light over darkness which I have found confirmed countless times. Through it, I am inspired by the profound respect that develops as people of different faiths grow in their understanding of each other. It is why, it is my hope, my prayer, that in these turbulent times, working together and with our international partners, we can stem the beating of plowshares into swords. I am mindful that we are still in the season of Easter, the season that most strengthens my hope. It is why I believe with all my heart that the essence of our two nations is a generosity of spirit and a duty to foster compassion, to promote peace, to deepen mutual understanding, and to value all people of all faiths and of none. The alliance that our two nations have built over the centuries, and for which we are profoundly grateful to the American people, is truly unique. And that alliance is part of what Henry Kissinger described as Kennedy's soaring vision of an Atlantic partnership based on twin pillars, Europe and America. That partnership, I believe, Mr. Speaker, is more important today than it has ever been. The first reigning British sovereign to set foot in America was my grandfather, King George VI. He visited in 1939 with my beloved grandmother, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. The forces of fascism in Europe were on the march, and sometime before the United States had joined us in the defense of freedom, our shared values prevailed. Today, we find ourselves in a new era, but those values remain. It is an era that is in many ways more volatile and more dangerous than the world to which my late mother spoke in this chamber in 1991. The challenges we face are too great for any one nation to bear alone. But in this unpredictable environment, our alliance cannot rest on past achievements or assume that foundational principles simply endure. As my Prime Minister said last month, ours is an indispensable partnership. We must not disregard everything that has sustained us for the last 80 years. Instead, we must build on it. Renewal.
This is incredible.
Renewal today starts with security. The United Kingdom recognizes that the threats we face demand a transformation in British defense. That is why our country, in order to be fit for the future, has committed to the biggest sustained increase in defense spending since the Cold War, during part of which, over 50 years ago, I served with immense pride in the Royal Navy, following in the naval footsteps of my father, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, my grandfather, King George VI, my great-uncle, Lord Mountbatten, and my great-grandfather, King George V. This year, of course, also marks the 25th anniversary of 9/11. This atrocity was a defining moment for America, and your pain and shock were felt around the whole world. During my visit to New York, my wife and I will again pay our respects to the victims, the families, and the bravery shown in the face of terrible loss. We stood with you then, and we stand with you now in solemn remembrance of a day that shall never be forgotten.
Yes, it is their heretic. I'm seeing a lot of it.
In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, when NATO invoked Article 5 for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror, we answered the call together, as our people have done so for more than a century, shoulder to shoulder through 2 world wars, the Cold War, Afghanistan, and moments that have defined our shared security. Today, Mr. Speaker, that same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people. It is needed in order to secure a truly just and lasting peace. From the depths of the Atlantic to the disastrously melting ice caps of the Arctic, the commitment and expertise of the United States Armed Forces and its allies lie at the heart of NATO, pledged to each other's defense, protecting our citizens and interests, keeping North Americans and Europeans safe from our common adversaries. Our defense, intelligence, and security ties are hardwired together through relationships measured not in years, but in decades. Today, thousands of US service personnel, defense officials and their families are stationed in the United Kingdom as British personnel serve with equal pride across 30 American states. We are building F-35s together, and we have agreed the most ambitious submarine program in history, AUKUS.
That gets a round of applause because of all their mates in the fucking defense industry. On both sides. All the good stuff he said, remember that shit.
And we are doing it in partnership with Australia, a country of which I'm also immensely proud to serve as sovereign. We do not embark on these remarkable endeavors together out of sentiment. We do so because they build greater shared resilience for the future, so making our citizens safer for generations to come. Our common ideals were not only crucial for liberty and equality, they are also the foundation of our shared prosperity. The rule of law, the certainty of stable and accessible rules, an independent judiciary, resolving disputes, and delivering impartial justice. These features created the conditions for centuries of unmatched economic growth in our two countries. This is why our governments are concluding new economic and technology agreements to write the next chapter of our joint prosperity and ensure that British and American ingenuity continues to lead the world. Our nations are combining talent and resources in the technologies of tomorrow. Our new partnerships in nuclear fusion and quantum computing and in AI and drug discovery, holding the promise of saving countless lives. More broadly, we celebrate the $430 billion in annual trade that continues to grow, the $1.7 trillion in mutual investment that fuels that innovation, and the millions of jobs on both sides of the Atlantic, supported across both economies. These are strong foundations on which to continue to build for generations yet unborn. Our ties in education, research, and cultural exchange empower citizens and future leaders of both countries. The Marshall Scholarship, named after the great General George Marshall, and the association of which I am so proud to be patron, are emblematic of the connection between our two countries. Since its founding, more than 2,300 scholarships have been awarded, opening doors for Americans from all walks of life to study at the United Kingdom's leading universities. So as we look toward the next 250 years, we must also reflect on our shared responsibility to safeguard nature, our most precious and irreplaceable asset.
Doesn't matter, Colossal Melon. We will see it. And people in America will see it.
Millennia before our nations existed, before any border drawn, the mountains of Scotland and Appalachia were one, a single continuous range forged in the ancient collision of continents. The natural wonders of the United States of America are indeed a unique asset and generations of Americans have risen to this calling. Indigenous, political, and civic leaders, people in rural communities and cities alike, have all helped to protect and nurture what President Theodore Roosevelt called the glorious heritage of this land's extraordinary natural splendor, on which so much of its prosperity has always depended. Yet, even as we celebrate the beauty that surrounds us, our generation must decide how to address the collapse of critical natural systems, which threatens far more than the harmony and essential diversity of nature. We ignore at our peril the fact that these natural systems, in other words, nature's own economy, provide the foundation for our prosperity and our national security.
A very hard look there. A lot of people not standing because they don't believe that climate change is real. Those guys aren't even applauding. You fucking shills.
The story of the United Kingdom and
The
United
president
States
isn't even there?
is at its heart a story of reconciliation, renewal, and remarkable partnership. From the bitter divisions of 250 years ago, we forged a friendship that has grown into one of the most consequential alliances in human history. I pray with all my heart that our alliance will continue to defend our shared values with our partners in Europe and the Commonwealth and across the world. And that we ignore the clarion calls to become ever more inward-looking. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, America's words carry weight and meaning, as they have since independence. The actions of this great nation matter even more. President Lincoln understood this so well with his reflection in the magisterial Gettysburg Address, that the world may little note what we say, but will never forget what we do. And so to the United States of America, on your 250th birthday, let our two countries rededicate ourselves to each other in the selfless service of our peoples and of all the peoples of the world. God bless the United States, and God bless the United Kingdom.
That was in-fucking-credible.
The purpose of the joint meeting having been completed, the chair declares the joint meeting of the two houses now dissolved. The House will continue in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Wow. Wow. That was genuinely very impressive. I'm sure cleverer people than me will have problems with some of the things he said. But I think he went out there and said, hey, we've been friends for a long time. Not because of who's in charge, but because of common held beliefs and sort of shared history and sense of justice and language and culture. Let's not be dicks, and let's remember that we're destroying the planet, and let's be cool. That's honestly, you couldn't send a UK politician out there and get that reception. You couldn't. You'd have to send someone like that. And that, in a way, is why having the royal family, if we use it diplomatically, can you imagine if Her Majesty went out there and gave that fucking speech? That would knock people into the fucking sun. They wouldn't believe what they'd seen. Charles did a fucking good job. You Madge? Fucking tip of the cap to you. Well played. Excellent speech. Hello, what's up? Bear in mind, goon meant something very different. It was stolen by perverts. No way he scores. You never score from free kicks in this game. I'm going to loo.
I'd be crazy not to follow where you lead your eyes. They turn me. Turn me on to
I ain't playing no FM26. Looks dog shit.
follow to the edge of the earth, and I fall off. Oh yeah, everybody leaves if they get the chance, and this is my chance.
Have you seen her tone? Yes, it is solid. It's an amazing cover.
And weird fishes.
She's got a great voice.
Picked over by the worms and weird fishes. Weird fishes. Weird fishes.
No, solid. course, it's her on lead, by the way. I don't know why she's not bigger. That's funny, Speed Fox. Wash them away in a flood. I'm only as good as my God. Oh, they're fantastic. I've seen them live like 5 times. From when they were playing in a pub in Angel, between Angel and King's Cross, to I saw them late last year, December last year, Brixton, and they played the entirety of Get to Heaven. It was fucking great. Yeah, I've seen them a bunch of times. What a fucking band. I love them. I genuinely love them. I can put on Man Alive or Get to Heaven every track. There's no skip this one. My eldest and me, that's our biggest shared bond, is our love of everything, everything. Fucked up in the head, adults are even more fucked up, and elderlies are like children. What a bizarre song this is. And there'll be another race to come along and take over for us. Maybe Martians could do better than we could. We'd make great pets. We'll 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 make great pets. Princess feel like the dinosaurs. We are doing ourselves in much faster than they ever did. We'll make great pets. 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 I look forward to the highlights being 3 minutes long, which they were for this game the other night. I mean, extended highlights of these Champions League games. Premier League games, you get decent highlights within 45 minutes or so. If you're a baseball fan, you gotta wait fucking... feels like 15 hours. damage we have done.
Ice it melts and the seas will rise. Still we burn the ancient forest. Silver birds they fill the skies, and the ground grows weak as cities flourish. Earth is a garden filled with light. All within her must sustain her. Our little life but the blink of an eye. Before we go to one far distant shore. One day when all will be together, where all of time stands still, and everything goes on forever. And we all on our way, we are king for a day, till our crowns become heavy and our bodies give way. And from dust we have come, and to sand we will run, and the only thing behind us is
the damage we have done.
we all on our way, we are king for a day, till our crowns become heavy and our bodies give way. And from dust we have come, and to sand we will run, and the only thing behind us
Is the damage we have done. He might go back to Bilbao, apparently. We don't know. I was amazed that I'm glad he didn't take like the Spurs job or something. He deserves better than that. My friend works for the club. He's a lovely guy, apparently. A real lovely guy. The gaffer. Surely Chelsea gets Lampard. Brings him back.
You want the young American. You ain't a pimp, you ain't a hustler. A bird's got a carry and a lady got a Chrysler. Black's got the stack, white's got a soul train. Mama's got cramps and look at your handshake.
I heard the news today, oh boy.
I got a sweet and you got the fear. Is there a man who can say no more? Is there a woman I can suck on the jaw? Is there a child I can help with that judging? Is there a pen that will write before they die? Ain't you proud that you struck our faces? Ain't there one dance song that can make me break down and cry? Oh, Lady, I want the young American. The young American.
Alright!
The young American. Young American. I want what you want. I want what you want. You want what I want you. You want I want you want. I want what you want.
Chelsea, I am enjoying your downfall. I'm sorry. I hate Chelsea. Hate Chelsea fans. So, yeah. Apologies. But also not really apologies. My interactions with Chelsea fans have never been positive. Like, I know that's unfair, but pretty much everyone I know that's been a Chelsea fan has been a bit of a cunt. And a lot of them extremely racist. So, I really don't like the club. I don't like your ownership, I don't like your history, I don't like the way you played football. I think you're a rotten fucking club, is how it feels. As a non-Chelsea fan, surrounded by, in southwest London, plenty of Chelsea fans. I don't like you. Sorry. Your old owner, Ken, whatever his name was. Fucking horrible cunt. He's like Bricktop if Bricktop was a fucking football club owner. And then you had Abramovich, Russian oligarch. Ken Bates. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't think anyone has a beef with Brighton. I mean, Bournemouth and Brighton, on our end anyway, we hated you for a long time. And there are plenty of homophobic songs about Brighton, I'm sure you're aware. Don't Bend Down When Brighton Are in Town, being the most well-known, perhaps. Our beef with you was you were a fellow South Coast club. That's it. That was not impossible to reach like Plymouth or Exeter. Yeah, Palace hate Brighton. What's with that? Wow, Villa beat Wolves 8-1. But does anyone know why Palace and Brighton hate each other? When your manager was Dave Jones, I remember I was on a train, might have been going somewhere for a match, for an away match, and there were Palace fans on there heading down to Brighton. And they were singing a song. Dave Jones is a paedophile. Dave Jones' girlfriend is a whore. She's a whore. She's only 4. Was the song. And they sang that pretty much the whole journey. It was pretty bad. Do you guys reckon that Liverpool have won the title? I'm gonna look it up. Okay, so here's the Wikipedia article. Hold on, this is interesting. Although the two clubs have played each other since 1905, the rivalry did not become well known until the mid-70s. Roy Hodgson, he said, "Well, I don't really recall any rivalry with Brighton as a Palace fan in the 50s and 60s. The two clubs did not face each other from 1963 until 74, and Palace's first game in the third division for 10 years was at Brighton. Palace lost, and the following season their first league defeat was also against Brighton, after failing to gain promotion in either season. Terry Venables, aged 33, was appointed manager of Palace, and 2 months later his former England and Tottenham teammate Alan Mullery, 34, was appointed manager at Brighton. Under the guidance of their ambitious young managers, both clubs, the two best supported in the division, climbed from the third to the first within 3 years. Interesting. So I suppose you had a few games in a row against the same opposition, and then you had two former teammates playing against each other. They would have just played each other a lot on their rise up, and that leads to sort of, you know, hold the phones.
Alright everyone, Cody here. I'm currently at my girlfriend's place, and I wanted to show off her little fermentation station. I thought this was really neat. So she's got some kombucha, some wine, and sourdough, some other things. What I thought was particularly interesting, and is going to be the main focus of this video, is her pickle jars. So these are an ancient Chinese design. They use a water moat as an airlock. This one has an inner lid to catch drips.
Drips.
These ones over here are clear so you can see through. They use Sichuan peppercorns as the main spice, and that helps with the bacteria and stuff. These can process pretty much any vegetable, which is really cool, even some fruit. But something that I had never come across before was the fact that the brine is reused over and over again. Like, some of these have gone on for hundreds of years.
What?
She's named her jars and celebrates their birthday. I think that's amazing. So this one, you can see the vegetable level is pretty low. This is the one we've been eating out of. If I kind of pull this out, open it up. This one doesn't have an inner cover, so I gotta be careful with the drips. We can reach in here and grab a vegetable. How about a piece of radish? It tastes amazing.
I love pickled vegetables.
Now when this gets down a bit, probably about now-ish, she'll fill it back up with vegetables. And then while it's processing, we'll switch over to this other one here. Now, if you're wondering about the red color, that comes from beets. Beets are added because they're a vegetable that is pickleable. They also add a nice color. They kind of hide some of the murkiness and also give kind of a visual indicator of how much it's been pickled. Now, what these jars do is they help solve a problem that plagued humanity since, well, the beginning of agriculture. You see, sometimes your garden produces a whole lot of vegetables all at once, and then not so much later on. And you need a way to kind of spread that out. You need a way to preserve the vegetables from the times of plenty to times when your garden's not producing much. And before you had, refrigeration, what do? Well, one way was pickling. So what the pickling is you create a condition that a specific kind of bacteria, a good bacteria, likes to grow. And what those bacteria do is they eat the simple sugars, they eat it real quick, and they produce acids and other chemicals which keep other bacteria from growing, other bacteria that might be harmful. And they also kind of pre-digest the foods so that when you do eat it, you actually get more nutrients out than you would otherwise. It's awesome. I decided this is something I can definitely use. And so she set me up with a jar of my own, and you might have seen it briefly in the last episode of Chicken Whole Base. I've been using that.
Chicken whole base. I like Cody's lab. He seems like a good lad. Emery Steve, yeah. They got that kind of laid back vibe. Like, to me, that's a real California thing, but I think it's also a kind of a Midwest thing, because it's like that middle bit of America is just very, everybody slows down, We're in for a walloping. We're in for an absolute walloping. Why does one fall? 5-2? Is it now 6? They're absolutely rollicking them. But this is just the first leg, right? Just please tell me Peter Drury isn't commentating somehow. It's 6. You just knew it had to be him. And quoth the raven. Yeah, fuck off, Peter. We get it. You like to write a little bit of dog shit, fucking live, laugh, love poetry. And then say, play a name, play a name, play a name. Then say you knew it had to be him. Who else but it? We knew this was gonna happen. Well, that was devastating. Oh my god.
This is Bernard, a tiny mouse who can balance on a single stem of wheat. In the wild, harvest mice live in meadows and wheat fields, but as pets they spend their lives in cages that look nothing like the habitats they evolved for. So I wanted to try something different and see what would happen if I built Bernard a meadow ecosystem. But over the next 80 days, things escalated much faster than I expected, and I was left with a serious problem. Raising a tiny mouse might seem cute, but it's far more challenging than I ever imagined, and Bernard's story begins on day 1. Bernard is a Eurasian harvest mouse, roughly the size of a strawberry, and his new home is big enough for quite a few strawberries. By giving him an ecosystem that mimics a meadow, I was hoping he'd behave like a harvest mouse in the wild, and as he entered his new home, Bernard immediately began to gnaw at a seed. Exactly the kind of behaviour that I was hoping to see. But that brings me to the bigger idea. Can this meadow support a harvest mouse family? And by day 5, our new guests arrived. It's almost as if Bernard was expecting female visitors, because just before the guests arrive, he started to groom himself. This is Bianca, and this is Gus. Bernard has 2 girlfriends because he is enthusiastic, let's say. Now, harvest mice might be extremely cute and gentle creatures, but with 2 more personalities in the terrarium, a problem quickly surfaced. As Bianca is eating, Bernard begins to bother her. Now, this is fine until Gus joins the party and all hell breaks loose. It seems that we have 3 mice who cannot get along, and if this continues, something will have to change. And by day 10, that's exactly what happened. It took 10 days, but the meadow has finally come to life. Springtails appear where there is moisture, isopods are hidden beneath the damp grass, benevolent worms churn over the soil, and I even caught this little snail eating some poo. The meadow now has custodians and the system has settled, but the mice, however, have not. And this leaves me with 2 choices. Either I separate the mice and find them new homes, or I leave them in there and hope that they settle.
Holy shit, I'm so gripped. I am absolutely fucking gripped.
And after a few rocky days, it seems that there is a ray of hope, and Bernard, Bianca and Gus are going nowhere. For now. I tried to build the most accurate meadow terrarium I could for the mice, one that reflected how they actually live in the wild, and on day 20 something magical happened. Harvest mice are not like other mice. They spend most of their lives high up in the long grass and cereal crops, moving above the ground rather than across it. In the wild, they build their nests up there too, woven into the stems, but in captivity that behaviour is almost never seen. Now, it was through building them this accurate meadow terrarium that enabled Bianca to build herself a little nest. And it wasn't just Bianca, because Big Gus did it too, and Bernard, characteristically, has built one next to the food bowl. But it's not just their behaviour that has changed. It's day 30 and that wheat stalk is holding on for dear life because Bianca is carrying a little extra weight. And so is Gus. Now, this is not holiday weight, and I'm pretty sure that our little harvest mouse family is about to increase in size. But it was at this moment that I realised I had reached the point of no return. Bernard, Bianca and Gus are the parents. Bianca could be carrying a litter of up to 7 pups, and so could Gus. In around 17 to 19 days they would be born, and that alone takes the meadow to 17 mice. But harvest mice grow up fast, and in as little as 6 weeks, those pups would be capable of breeding themselves, and this was the beginning of my problem. If you take your eyes off a harvest mouse for even a moment, everything can change. In the morning, Bianca's nest was perfect, but by the evening, it had all but disappeared. The carefully woven ball of grass had completely unravelled, and our little mouse sits in its place. If she doesn't build another nest, her babies will have nowhere to go. But Bianca is a determined mouse, and she begins to grab dried grass and fibres, weaving them into a ball. Once she was done, a thicker, more robust nest appeared at the bottom right-hand corner of the terrarium. And look who I caught going inside. My friends, I think it's about to happen. But before we get into the next part of the story, there's something I want to show you. Your support in watching my videos and buying my previous books has meant that there is a 3rd book on the way, but this one is extra. Followed the same patterns. They ate and they ate and they ate, preparing their little bodies for what was to come. Out of the 3 mice, Gus had always been the calmest. While Bianca stayed close to her nest, Gus always comes to the front of the terrarium and will very calmly let me hold her, sometimes joining me for breakfast. Gus may be the calmest of the mice, but if there is one thing she doesn't like, it's being out in the open. Every time she goes on the table, she runs back to me, over and over again. and it's only when I create a little cup in my hand that she calms down and properly joins me for breakfast. Watching Gus scratch her belly is the best way to end any day, but very soon, the whole dynamic of the terrarium was about to change. I've never seen anyone build a bioactive terrarium for a mouse, which is surprising because it works almost perfectly, simulating their natural environment, enabling them to show natural behaviours. But there was one thing it hadn't done yet. The only mouse still roaming the meadow is Bernard. Bianca and Gus have disappeared into their nests, and I have no way of knowing what's happening inside. If I interfere, they could abandon their nests, and with tiny babies relying on their mother's milk, I don't even want to think about it. I prepared myself for...
Wow. What a show. Man City. We never score from free kicks, like, ever. Like, maybe once every few seasons. Oops. Hello.
Boomers on their boulevard, spitting at the sky. Thought they'd get to go there like Armstrong in '69. Now it's falling in, this jealousy screaming. Acid rain, acid talk, you lost no kids, but your LSD where your mouth is. Hey, love, how, love, could you do this to me? Hey, love, how, love, could you do this to me? Hey, love, how, love, could you do this to me? Hey, love, how, love, could you do this to me? And the chillers in the villas of Hollywood are waking up and throwing stones at each other's windows. Thinking for free on a black card at Nando's. Play nice, suck it up. You could be sitting eating chicken wings with your heroes. They're using you for the industry's backbone. Chillers in the villas in Hollywood are waking up and throwing stones at each other's windows. Chillers in the villas in Hollywood are waking up and throwing bricks at each other's egos. Chillers in art school are waking up with dreams bigger than the salary at HMRC though. Chillers in the villas in Hollywood. Chillers in the villas in Hollywood. Chillers in the villas
Yes! Come on, Bargy. Yes! 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 The barge has done it! That was not offside! This lad. Winyan Bargy, we call him. Offside. Oh shit! Yeah! Ship it, ship it, ship it, ship it! Oh! Ooh. Great goal. What a ball from Semenyo. What, across from the barge, first time, right on your head. Does anyone know what this song is from? Well, Imperator Owl, what can I say? What can you say? I thought, genuinely, the King's Speech was very classy, very on the nose. If you were looking for what you were looking for, it was there. And if you wanted to just believe it at face value, that was also there, which was very clever. Because it's like a little, in a weird way, it's a dog whistle for not racists. You know what I mean? When people talk about a racist dog whistle, this was the other end of the scale. So yeah, I thought it was really funny. But of course they say two kings, because they're morons. The Sinner. The Sinner. That show. That was a great show. It was crazy. Five 4. PSG Bayern. What is happening? I feel like the Champions League semi-finals are the best games of the whole season. For anyone that doesn't know, the show The Sinner was about... The opening of the show is they're on the beach hanging out, and this song comes on. You don't know why until later. This woman just goes mad and like stabs a dude. I think that the great undiscovered musical history and talent of the world is African music. The majority of people, like myself, who listen to guitar-based music and rock and indie and stuff like that, where are the African songs? They're out there. We just haven't heard them yet. But they're there. They're waiting to be discovered. And there's plenty of real musical insiders who have great African records on their radar, great African artists on their radar, but where is it for everybody else? Why aren't we hoovering up this incredible talent and sharing it? It's right there. All across Africa. Amazing music. People just don't seem to notice it. Oh, Samu, what a goal! That's what I'm talking about. Look at that! Whoa! Disappear. Can't hear. I'm feeling around. Offside? No. No. the glass. That sounds great, Ninja Bear. That sounds fucking great. I know that break the glass. I know that. People won't like this song.
What's up, guys? You are now listening to Car Seat Headrest.
All right, Flocker. No, you're right. You're right.
For a long wait, but in typical Harvest Mouse fashion, I did not have to wait very long. Just a few days later, the girls reappeared, but something about them was different. Firstly, they were noticeably slimmer than before, and instead of eating in the food bowl, they began carrying food straight back to their nests,
Ooh, they got
which
babies.
could only mean one thing. Somewhere inside those woven balls of grass, new life had almost certainly arrived.
Amazing.
But before I could see the babies, Bernard showed us exactly why he couldn't stay in the meadow any longer. As soon as female harvest mice give birth, they are immediately ready to mate again, and Bernard is very happy to oblige. If I left him in the meadow, the situation would spiral out of control, so our little friend sadly has to be removed. But as I would soon discover, I was already too late. Nothing can prepare you for the feeling of discovering a baby harvest mouse. It took 50 days, it took building a meadow ecosystem, and it took our 3 beautiful mice doing all of the hard work. I thought there were 3 nests in here, but I was wrong, because in the top left corner is a 4th, and that movement you just saw is a baby leaving the nest. All over the terrarium, little faces dart around, almost too fast to catch on camera, but if we look underneath the hay, we get a clearer picture. 3 little mice are licking springtails and mites off the glass, but they haven't quite learnt how to catch food yet. I had never seen a baby harvest mouse before, and I was not prepared for this level of cuteness.
Wow.
It was clear that the meadow had worked. Bernard, Bianca and Gus have raised their first generation of babies, but the success comes with a catch, because the day your harvest mice have babies is the day your problems begin to multiply, and even though Bernard had already been removed from the meadow, I was too late. By day 60, the scale of the problem was impossible to ignore, and I'm starting to think that harvest mice do not make good pets. While the first generation would get into grips with the meadow, Bianca and Gus were busy brewing the second generation. And this is a big problem. Because harvest mice don't stay babies for long. In just a few weeks, they're going to have their own babies, and a few weeks after that, they'll have their own babies, which means that this meadow is on the literal verge of becoming something I cannot control, and this cannot continue.
Alright, what if at the end of the video he seals it up, puts a tube in one end of in the cage, and runs the other to the exhaust pipe of his car? Just think about that. as we go into the final few moments.
Here you go. What's up, buddy? What's up, buddy? There we go. Gus didn't know it yet, but this would be the last time she stepped onto my finger. Because when you truly love something, you have to do what's best for it, and sometimes that means letting go. I cannot give the mice the life they deserve. 4 babies were born in the first litter, and another 10 in the second, including the adults. That's 17 harvest mice in just 80 days, and this is why harvest mice do not make good pets. But there is another way we can help. Harvest mice have largely disappeared from the British countryside, and in some areas have not been seen in over 40 years. But thanks to a small group of volunteers, things are beginning to change. Ealing Wildlife Group have released over 3,000 harvest mice into the local area, and recent field studies have found that their efforts are truly working. Their work has even been recognised by the legend himself, David Attenborough. So as a small way of giving back and to support them and these wonderful mice, I've set up a fundraiser, and just £20 feeds the entire colony for a month, and if you'd like to help, you'll find a link below. But there is one more thing. Because the Meadow, Bernard, Bianca, Gus and the babies will live on as an educational display at Horsenden Farm, helping people understand these tiny animals and why they're worth protecting. If you're in London, you can come and visit them for yourself, and who knows, maybe I'll see you there. If you enjoyed this video, check out this one too.
Oh my god.
This is Earl, a
Okay, alright, we're watching that next. We're watching that next. There's no doubt in my mind! Making friends with a tiny spider! That would be the greatest achievement of my life. And I have kids. Fucking hell. Looked offside to me. Yeah. What? That first touch is abysmal. Give it 'em. Five, 4. Wow. Why do you think it's gonna 0-0? Oh my god.
Tiny jumping spider who has the most adorable face. To get a sense of how small Earl is, here he is next to a tiny toy Snorlax, and here he is next to an orange.
Wow.
Despite their minute size, jumping spiders are some of the most rewarding pets you can keep, and most interestingly of all, I hear that you can form bonds with them. So to test this out, I'm going to see how far we can take this friendship over the next 14 days, and this begins on day 1. Earl now has a new home, and I was worried he wouldn't take to it, but as he went in, my fears were squashed as he started to wiggle his butt and do what looks like a happy dance. But this is no happy dance. What Earl is actually doing is building himself a web. Think of it as a home within a home, and look how cozy he is in there. I'm going to leave Earl to settle for a few days, and on the morning of day 3, I'm going to test to see where our bond is at. The first goal is to get Earl to step onto my hand. The second goal is to get him to stay there, and the final goal is to get him to accept food directly from me. If we can hit all 3 of these in the next 2 weeks, then Earl and I will have officially formed a bond. The first attempt didn't go so well, with Earl showing a defensive stance before walking away from me and looking back with those beautiful eyes. But I'm not going to give up there. On my next attempt, he almost stepped onto my finger, and on the final attempt, Earl actually steps onto my hand before quickly deciding against it and scurries away to jump on my lamp. We have actually made some progress today, but rather than force Earl to step onto my hand, I have another plan. Unlike most spiders, jumping spiders don't spin webs to catch their prey. Rather, they hunt them.
It's so funny.
And
I
this
love
provides
jumping
the
spiders.
opportunity for Earl to associate me with feeding time.
Look at his
He caught
eyes.
that fly all on his own, but let's see if he'll take a cricket from my hands. I genuinely thought he was going to take it then. Perhaps a fly, Earl? No, how about one in the comfort of your home? But just as I thought that today was going to be a failure, Earl did something I did not expect. Even though Earl is just a spider, no bigger than the nail on my index finger, and I am 190 centimeters tall, that makes me 190 times bigger than him, making me acutely aware that I am at the very minimum a complete giant to him. So when Earl took the steps onto my finger, I was incredibly happy as we had fulfilled the first goal. But he abseiled off, and to prove that this wasn't a fluke, I needed it to happen again.
Wow.
Day 6 ends on a high with Earl.
So that almost means that he is learning. Like there is some memory in that tiny spider brain. I mean, there has to be. For him to have displayed first, then, and then finally, all right. Like that's progression. You can't progress in an experience unless you remember what you had before. That's pretty incredible. That is incredible. Because his brain is the size of a couple of grains of sugar.
Stepping onto my finger not 1, but 2 times. And day 8 starts with a bit of a shock. You see, Earl has been really active and
Oh God, I thought
hasn't
he was
spent
dead.
much time in his web, so I had no idea that he was about to literally pop out of his skin.
I thought he was dead. Wow.
Or more precisely, his exoskeleton. Jumping spiders go through a phase called molting, where they grow too big for their current exoskeleton, stop eating, and retreat back to their webs in preparation for the big event. So when I found this exoskeleton in the terrarium this morning, I knew exactly what had happened. Day 8 ends with Earl grooming himself, and he must be left alone for a few days so his new suit can harden. And on day 12, I'm going to see if Earl can recognise himself. This is something that has always intrigued me. For their size, jumping spiders are highly intelligent and are known for their problem-solving skills and memory. But they do not live well in
Entus
groups,
105 just
so
resubbed
what
for
will Earl
111
do when
months.
he
You
looks in
seen
the
the footy
mirror?
tonight, Ted?
I haven't seen the highlights yet, Ashwin. I don't have Sky Sports
For
or
about
anything,
2
but I
seconds,
look forward to watching
he's
the
a bit
highlights on
confused,
YouTube.
but the
Nutty
fact he
score.
isn't scared or is attacking the mirror suggests that he's aware that it's not another spider. These creatures never cease to amaze me. Well done, Earl. I think you've earned a treat. There are still 2 more goals to solidify our bond. First, I need to get Earl to accept food directly from me, and then I need to get him to sit calmly on me. As I dangle a cricket in front of him, he seems disinterested. I wait, but nothing. But as soon as I let the cricket go, Earl decides it's time for dinner. Now, this isn't really what I had in mind when I said I wanted Earl to take food directly from me, but it's certainly a step forwards. So, on day 14, I try again. It's very sad to say this, but Earl is not.
Can I say, what a wonderful life. This is my kind of shit right here. Making friends with a fucking jumping spider. Spending 2 weeks doing it, documenting the entire process. This is the kind of YouTuber I would like to be. The guys who are like, I decided to make friends with a spider. Here's how it went.
Not going to live for very long, and the reason why I wanted to form a bond with him in just 14 days is so that he feels comfortable with me for the rest of his short life. And the real key to this is to get him to associate me with feeding time. As I dangle yet another cricket in front of him, he pokes that little face up, jumps at the cricket, but retreats. As I keep the cricket there, Earl comes back, has another look, but goes back again. Now I'm starting to wonder if he will ever take food from me. It has taken 14 days, but finally, Earl took a cricket directly from me, and we have crossed off another goal. Over the next 3 hours, he filled his boots and his abdomen swelled, and this means it's time to complete the final goal. I have to get Earl to hop on me and stay there, something he hasn't done in the entire time that I've had him. At first, he does not want to step on my finger and moves away, but as I extend another finger out, Earl climbs on. Now, he has done this before, so it's nothing new, but he always hops off fairly quickly. Something he does again.
Got a big old forehead on in this lab.
But this time, he climbs back up and proceeds to spend 10 very calm minutes on my hands, and the final goal is finally complete. Spiders may not have the same capacity to feel emotion like mammals, but they are intelligent creatures who have the capacity to learn. Earl, who, by the way, is named after a character from the great SEGA Mega Drive game, has come a really long way in trusting me since day one. And even though he will live a short life of up to 3 years, this is the start of our friendship, and one that will continue for the rest of his life. If you liked Earl and dig other animals in terrariums, then subscribe, and maybe check out this video. This is Bert.
How is he living for 3 years? He's so wee. God, I thought they would live a year at most. 3 years. Forget 12 years a slave. 3 years a spider. How about that? Looks pretty sweet, actually. What happens when you grow a tomato from a McDonald's burger?
Can you take a tomato slice from McDonald's burger and use it to grow a whole tomato plant? Let's find out. Back in spring, I grabbed a deluxe quarter pounder with cheese because this burger comes with tomatoes. After popping open the box, I lifted the bun to find the tomatoes and eventually found them under the patty. I picked up a slice of tomato to see if it had some good seeds in it. There were some nice seeds you can see here, so I decided to pick out 2 of them with my finger. On the seeds, there's a translucent casing that can inhibit sprouting. To remove it, I just rub the seed into a paper towel like this, and that takes it off. You can see what's left on the paper towel, and here are the seeds with the sprout inhibitor removed. They're ready to be planted. Next, I needed to get some soil and a cup to plant the seeds into. I decided to use a red solo cup because I had one laying around. I made sure to cut slits at the bottom of the cup for drainage so the soil doesn't go bad in the cup. Now it will drain well. Then I dumped some Happy Frog soil out on a table. The soil was a bit dry right from the bag, so I added water to make the soil nice and damp throughout. This will help with germination. After mixing it all up, here's what we're left with: a damp, ideal starting mix. Next, I grabbed my solo cup and filled it with potting mix to prep it for planting. I like to use a Sharpie to make a little hole to drop my seeds.
Mate, you're growing tomatoes from seeds. All-time classic, and the video is 3 minutes long. Is there really no better hunters? 3 minutes long. That's all they've got, apparently, as the highlights from that game. 3 minutes.
So recently I posted a video testing pro bass players if they can hear the difference between cheap versus expensive basses. But in the comments, you guys told me that quality is determined by the playability of a bass, but not just the sound. So today I'm blindfolding 3 pro bass players to see if they can feel the difference between a cheap bass and an expensive one.
Yeah. I'm the kind of guy who might kill some time at Guitar Center and just sit around and noodle on some instruments just to see how they feel. Whether or not that'll translate, we'll find out.
I think by feel I'll be all right. Instruments are tricky these days. There's a lot of cool stuff out there that sounds really good.
It's probably gonna look like I've only played like 5 basses in my entire life, but I'm ready to give it a shot.
Straight to slap.
Yeah, literally.
So it sounds like a J bass.
Jazz bass. Feels like a Fender.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a P bass at first, but now that we have both pickups, it's a jazz bass.
I like this bass. I think it's active, an active 4-string jazz.
Huh. Yeah, this is gonna be tough. Because that feels and sounds good to me.
Feels nice.
I would guess more expensive.
What makes you think it's more expensive?
It just sounds more hi-fi to me. The high end is pretty well pronounced. I really like the sound of it. So that makes me... So I tend to correlate the two.
It feels a little bit more on the expensive side, I would say. Obviously, the bass is very well set up. I just feel like the build quality is really solid.
I'm not gonna say it's like crazy expensive. Yeah, I'm gonna say it might be closer to like the $500–600 range.
I'll say the $1,200 range.
$1,500? Yeah, that's what I would say.
Well, this is a jazz bass, like you said, but it's a Harley Benton.
Harley Benton?
Oh, no. Harley Benton is on the cheap side. I know Harley Benton.
Oh.
You know what Harley Bentons are?
Yes, where are they, German?
Yeah.
They just make great sounding instruments that are like way less expensive than you would think?
Yes, it's actually $200.
Come on.
But I would buy it for $5.
Yeah.
So I'll definitely buy it for $2.
I've heard a lot of good things about Harley Benton. I was always a little skeptical of how they felt. It feels expensive. Yeah, I think I gotta have a Harley Benton now.
Okay, we've got a 5-string jazz bass, active.
Huh. That's tough, man.
Yeah, I like this one as well. It sounds like a modern jazz bass to me.
Good sounding instrument. Like the way it plays, glossy neck.
Glossy
Low B
neck.
sounds really good.
Glossy neck.
Yeah.
Does it feel cheaper, more expensive?
Feels more expensive to me for sure.
The neck is kind of making me feel like it's not quite that expensive.
I would say this one is on the expensive side as well.
2,000, maybe probably like 2,500 range.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this is like 650.
I got you.
I want to say 1,500 again, but I missed it pretty bad on the last one. So you know what? I'm gonna say 1,500 for this one as well. Actually, I think this one might be more. I'm gonna change it to 2,000. Just for the sake of not repeating the same value.
Well, this is it's my bass mod's bass.
Oh.
What's so crazy is that it actually is $1,500.
Oh no! No! Why did I change?
This is the first time ever somebody got it right on the money.
Okay.
P-bass.
Yeah.
Oh. This is not very good.
That neck's a little wonky, ain't it?
I don't like that. Feels kind of cheap.
I'm not gonna say this is inexpensive.
So I'll assume you got every one of these basses to sound as best as it could.
Yeah, it doesn't have like the thuddiness I want out of a P bass.
Y'all might be tricking me right now, but currently, without seeing it, I probably wouldn't even buy this. I think this is cheap.
I thought you were a
It's
carpenter
feeling a little
earlier.
cheap.
What makes it feel cheap?
First thing is this.
I think it's cheaper. I would put this maybe in like the 150 range.
Not too cheap. 500.
250.
It's actually $100
$100.
Hey!
from Temu.
Okay.
Yeah, it did feel cheap. With a decent setup, I think this bass is playable.
Playable.
Yeah.
If this got a setup, this would be giggable.
Or you could spend another $100 and get the Harley Benton.
Honestly, I'm about to sell all my basses and just get like 5 Harley Bentons.
P-bass. Oh, this is mine.
What?
This is mine.
Thank you. Huh. I think this is my bass. Yep, it's a Sandberg.
Well,
I'm at home.
I can't imagine that. Actually, I can. If you told me this is your mouse and I used a different mouse, I'd know. Like you just would. You've been making electric guitars for a living, Elliot. Elliot. You are a fascinating fella. You've made 150 electric guitars. It's a good point, Axel. How's the share price looking? What are the shareholder value there? So, Axel raises an interesting point. Well, that's all spilt milk under the bridge. In fact, I'd like to hear from the analyst who put this all together. Ah, Mr. Sullivan, you're here. Stand up in a loud, clear voice. Tell us all what you think is going on here. And please, speak as you would to a small child or a golden retriever. It wasn't brains that got me here, I can assure you of that. It did look like it pooed. Great ball. Yes! Oh.
The ability to launch readily available projectiles at lethal speeds using your own muscle energy is a superpower that can fit in your pocket.
Wow!
We all know what a sling is, yet today it remains largely forgotten and overlooked. For thousands of years, it was one of humanity's most common everyday carry item. Used by hunters, shepherds, and warriors, it was prized for its versatility and feared for its brutal striking power. A sling is simple. 2 cords connected by a small pouch that holds a stone or other projectile. To use it, the slinger places the projectile in the pouch, swings the sling in a throwing motion, and releases 1 cord at the perfect instant. The sling acts as an extension of the arm and dramatically accelerates a projectile without requiring your hand to move at extreme speed.
Imagine 300 lads chucking rocks at you at that speed.
The sling's origins are lost in prehistory. Archaeological evidence shows slings were used all around the world for thousands of years. It emerged independently across many cultures. A primal technology that seems hardwired into who we are.
See, this is the kind of thing. I mean, no. So the David and Goliath thing, I've read and I've watched a decent amount of stuff about this, the David and Goliath thing. It's weird as a biblical story to be saying, here's Goliath in all his armor, and here's David with just a sling. How will he win? Because anyone who fought in that era would have understood that Goliath was essentially walking to his death against a good slinger. Like, there was nothing else to do. If you were good with a sling, you weren't just okay. You weren't just Crusader rank. You were an immortal slinger because there's nothing else to do. If you're a guy that is a slinger, your whole day is built around perfecting the art of slinging because there's no distractions. And they would have realized that if you're going to throw something, like this is the thing. I've spoken to a few people about the intelligence of human beings going back. And they're like, they weren't as smart as us back then because of nutrition. But you're inventing something like the sling. And you'd have to have some understanding that if I throw something like this versus winding my whole arm up, someone said there's something in that where the mechanics of whipping your arm is better than just throwing it like that. So what's happening there? And what if you could extend your arm with another arm? That's the kind of thinking they must have had. Because that's all a sling is like a second arm that doesn't have a joint other than your arm. So you can swing it around your head and then whip it. So you, at the last that you're whipping it, it's got that momentum plus your arm momentum releasing it. That's a huge amount of energy. Like, really, the story of David and Goliath is the story of don't underestimate people. A, because you can have all the armor in the world, but a lad with a rock can take you down. And B, holy shit, Goliath was really brave. If you got your mind wiped completely and got stranded on a big island, would you come up with half the shit they came up with back then? I might come up with a spear. Yeah, spear maybe. Figuring out how to start fire? I'm a moron. All the advances we had throughout history, fire, houses, using mud as a building material, agriculture of any kind, noticing that the sun rose in one direction and set in another, seasons, all of that, was by the geniuses of their day who spread that knowledge as much as presumably humanity could back then. And each genius in different locations, like, would have had their own, they would have noticed that shit. Because you think about thousands of years ago, they clocked the fact that something's going on with these dots of light in the sky. They're like moving. Think how many people wouldn't even notice that. Let alone advance their understanding of it to the point where they would start to have some idea that there was something out there. That's mad. Like, they were the amazing physicists of their day. Crazy.
For early humans, the sling was both a hunting tool and a way to protect people and flocks from predators. Its ammunition was free and its range unmatched. Over time, the sling evolved into a battlefield weapon. Civilizations from the Balearic Islands, Greece, Rome, and Mesopotamia trained elite slingers who could rain stones upon enemy formations with deadly force. Roman armies even employed Balearic mercenaries specifically for their sling skill. The story of David and Goliath in the Bible is the most famous example of slinging, but it reflects a real truth. A skilled slinger could take down a heavily armed warrior. As bows and crossbows spread, the sling gradually fell out of military use. Its decline was due largely to the difficulty of aiming it accurately and the extensive training required to reach its full potential.
Well, I've heard that the amount of kinetic energy in a slingshot, like when you're using a proper sling, is equivalent to the kinetic energy in a 45 round. It won't have the penetrating power, but the amount of kinetic energy. I read that. I don't know if it's true.
To this day, it remains a tool prized for its portability and power. Across the world, countless sling variations emerged, each shaped by local needs and materials. A weapon that can be built anywhere by anyone. All these slings follow the same timeless principle, a cord and a pouch. With experience, though, a slinger learns many factors that affect performance. Heavy cords give more control and a smoother release. Lighter cords are more efficient and can accelerate projectiles faster. A cup pouch holds round stones more securely, while a split pouch can adapt to a wider range of projectile size. Cord stretch absorbs some of the energy. Torsional stiffness prevents twisting during loading and throwing. Finger loop designs vary. Single and double loops, handles, wrist straps, and adjustable systems, each balancing comfort and connection differently. The release end can be held with a knot, a button, or a tab. Some styles, like the Balearic sling, rely on gripping the end without a stopper. Crackers dampen leftover energy after launch, preserving the release end and altering the sound and feel of the throw, causing a supersonic crack, like a whip, indicating a clean projectile release.
Like, that is a fucking shockwave. That is a shockwave.
Indicating a clean...
That is insane.
Clean projectile release. Modern enthusiasts build slings from paracord, Dyneema, and other synthetic climbing lines, merging ancient designs with high-tech materials. The sling's real strength is adaptability. Unlike most ballistic weapons, the sling can launch almost anything that fits in the pouch.
I'm feeling like there's going to be like an NWA video about slings. You guys may be too young to know NWA. Straight out of Compton. Crazy motherfucker called Ice Cube. From a band called...
Out of all the projectile possibilities,
with Attitude. Did you hear about that CS caster that dropped the N-word? Broke-ass N-words is what he said on a cast. Especially Scandinavia. You guys do have a little bit of a blind spot in your culture when it comes to racism. That was like a day ago or so. I don't know what it wasn't like. It wasn't ESL, but I'll find it for you, Axel. Okay, I can't. Counter strike, caster, and bomb. Hopefully, this narrows it down. I can't find it. I apologize. It was on Reddit early today. It was a clip. The dude getting slapped on stage was a different incident.
Headlands are the
He
most
didn't get slapped, he
lethal.
got punched, as far as I can see.
More dangerous payloads, like grenades or explosives, have also been used. There are many ways to enjoy the sling. Free slinging is playful and creative. Just shooting with no specific goal or target, just enjoying a few good cracks can be a lot of fun, and it's the best way to learn the basics.
You got hit by that, you were getting fucked up.
Target slinging emphasizes precision. The official competition target is the Balearic target, used in the annual World Cup in Ibiza. The choice of target is endless, but clay targets are often the most satisfying.
Wow. He broke an egg! The power! Just consider that a sling bullet, like the bullet, the actual stone, is much heavier than a fucking bullet. Like a bullet is quite little. The problem with the reason the rifle is superior is obviously it has penetrating power and accuracy. But the amount of actual force you can get out of a sling is insane. Like, that's insane. Ballistic dummy. Sling. Sling bullet versus ballistic gel test. I don't know what kind of redneck sling this is, but
Like that. Oh, baby, look at this. Come here. All right, boys. We got sling bullet penetration test in ballistic gel. This is roughly...
Oh, this video sucks.
Used.
It's more like a shirtless man.
Pretty bad here. It looks like it hit the jaw, but didn't break it, so I think it was a glancing blow right in there, so nothing terrible. And so now I want to get a close-up shot of it.
Bruh. Bruh.
Well.
Shoot, so that was actually the helmet again. That one was right here. For this one, what I actually want to do is I didn't really want to damage the helmet too much, so just to get the good impact on it, I want to just have the head here and just kind of see the damage that the sling will do against.
His name is Dash Render. This guy, Tinder, Grinder, #1, whichever way. Dash Render is in your area.
It's the ballistic dummy.
Hit him in the head, Dash Render!
So that'll definitely give a new meaning to the word knock your teeth out. That glanced off of this and then up in here. Oh my gosh. Teeth are just falling out. That is horrible. And it did crack the jaw as well. So that jaw right there, you can see that separated. So that's a clean break right there on the jaw from that side type shot. So I'm gonna turn it sideways here. And I've got one clean shot at the side of the melon.
Melon, come on, Dash. Ow.
All right, it is time to assess our findings. So that was a very clean shot to the side of the head here. And dude, I mean, you can see obviously it ruptured the entirety of the skull. And these things are no joke. I mean, when I was doing the bow, you saw that the arrows were getting stopped by these. They weren't going all the way through it. So the fact that, I mean, it's just splintered it into tiny little pieces is pretty obscene. My gosh, that's just, like, looking at this thing, it's just slightly terrifying. Oh my gosh. Oh, dude. Okay. All right. I'm gonna have to bring you guys around to see this because this.
Show us Dash. Like that's the amount of kinetic energy is insane. Like especially if you consider in Roman times, are they curing a fractured skull? Probably not.
This is insane. Like literally, like the layers upon. Oh my gosh. Layers of fracture in that skull.
Look at that.
Like
he's
dude,
dead. That man's dead.
Back from that. That is. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's a scary thing to see. Truly. All right, everybody. Next up, as promised, we have this spear. So I actually modified this a little bit. Before I had a much longer shaft for it.
Phrasing. Shut up.
And it was kind of a hard throwing one. So this is a much narrower one, lighter one. I have the same spear tip on
Dash
it.
is the guy I would like. I would love to be built like Dash.
And then I'll probably.
This dude's got a great beard, long hair, ripped, and he spends his time throwing weapons around in a field he probably owns. What god? I wish I was Dash Render. I mean, his name is Dash Render. He sounds like a fucking D&D character. Yeah, hi everybody. Yep, first time this session. This is my character. He's Dash Render. He's a ranger from the north. He'd be a great friend to his friends, terrible enemy to his enemies. He is very handsome, which is why he's got such high charisma. But he's not a creep at all. He's a very cool guy. He's just irresistible to both genders. Everybody loves Dash Render. All genders, I should say, really, because he's that universal. He is brave, smart. He's a thinking man's fighter. And he is absolutely fucking shredded. Strength 17. I'm not going to go 18. Actually, I'll say 16. I'll say dexterity 14. Constitution 15. Dash can fucking... Wisdom, 14. Intelligence, hey. He's never said he's a genius. Intelligence, 10. He's a above average guy, but he's not like a genius. Or like charisma, 18. You instantly like Dash. His special move is Be Awesome. He's an expert slinger and spear thrower. He gets advantage on any sling or spear throw. Dump stat? There's no dump stat for Dash. I'm sorry, Zoe. I'm sorry. I mean, you can try to DM me all you like. I mean, give me some weight. Dash is the last of his people or some shit. I don't care. I mean, you know, he's the last of the Rendarians, but there's no dump stat for Dash. What's his weakness?
They hit the skull as well, just because that's where the fun's at.
Sorry, what's his dump stat? Tell me!
I mean, that would have worked, right?
All right, intelligence 8. Intelligence 8. Wait, but 8 is average, right? In D&D. It was not even the dump stat. I'll give him an int 8. He knows things, but if you ask him to, like, add up numbers... That's in my strong suit, bruh. He's just that good. So the thing is with the spear, and I love the spear, great weapon. I mean, in its time, in the way that some people say that the hold on a sec, what's up here, Bailey? Bailey DePepper wants a new contract. I forgot what I was saying. Dash, what else have you done for me? Is 10 average? I thought 8 was the average. Sling versus plate armor. Come on, Dash. Let's not get tied down. I mean, you know, loving this as just that's his whole thing. "10 killer survival fails" by Owen's Rocky Mountain Bushcraft.
Things that were written in survival books that you'll see on TV that could get you killed.
Don't
Hi, I'm
ask
Greg
for
Ovens, and this is Owen's Rocky Mountain Bushcraft.
Sorry, did he say his name was Gray Gubbins?
Hi, I'm Greg Ovens.
Gray Gubbins.
And this is Owen's Rocky Mountain Bushcraft.
Gray Gubbins.
There we go. Oh. I don't want to put the authors down because...
Greg Ovens. Greg Ovens. Not Gray Gubbins.
Because I read a lot of these books, a lot of the good information that I know came from some of these books, so I won't mention names. Rubbing snow on frostbite. Now, think about it. Logically, would that warm up a frozen object? No. They even taught that in first aid classes in the old days. The worst thing you can ever do. You don't rub snow on frostbite. It is not going to help. You got to warm the frozen area up, not cool it down or keep it cold. Another falsehood in the old survival books. You can eat any berries that the birds can eat. I have seen birds eating baneberries. They just sit and eat them. 5 or 6 berries will kill you and I. So why would they tell you this? That's going to get you killed. So that's 2 fallacies in the old books. Moss only grows on the north side of the tree. If you're lost...
I've heard that one is false.
Just look for the north side of the tree because the moss only grows on the north side of the tree. I'm going to show you these trees and you decide for yourself if I'm right or wrong. We've got a tree here. This, I think, is actually the south side of the tree. All the trees are covered in moss all the way around. There's the north side. Makes you wonder.
Liu Kozad
Same with
100
this
just
little guy.
resubbed for 1 month.
Moss all the way around.
Grazie.
Let's decide. Maybe there's a happy tree. Look at that. Isn't that a nice little tree?
Maybe this branch points north. You're starting to get the gist of what I'm saying. Another real fallacy, and I've seen it on TV shows, again, not going to mention names, but
Bad fucking grills.
You got no water, you drink your own urine, okay? Well, research it. Not true. It contains concentrated salts. It will dehydrate you 5 times faster than if you didn't drink anything at all. If it isn't water, you can't drink your urine to hydrate. The string for your bow is the most important part of a bow drill setup or kit. Some work and some don't, because I always, when I read the books, I would practice the things they taught, but I would try to improve on the practicality of the method. Because what I did learn is a lot of shoelaces that they would say, oh, use your shoelace, they don't work. I've used leather shoelace. What I found with that is it would usually break before you would get your ember. Other shoelaces I found just kept stretching and stretching, so that wasn't practical. You know, they would teach that you can make your string from plant fibers. Now, this was an important lesson I learned. Yes, I have been able to do it with dog bane, but
have I seen primitive technology? Listen to me right now. I have been watching shit on the internet for a long fucking time. A very long fucking time. If you think that I haven't spotted primitive technology, who's been around for around 10 years now, who do you think you're talking to? Who? By the way, crime pays but botany doesn't? Can't find it.
But the problem was my dog bane kept breaking until I got it almost the thickness of a pencil and long enough. The thing about that is, what if you're in an area that doesn't have dog bane, doesn't have stinging nettle, doesn't have milkweed for any of the fibers, strong enough to make a bow drill string? By the time I got a string that was adequate to get my ember, it took about 2 days to get one strong enough.
This
thick
guy's
enough
very
that would
Canadian
work.
sounding.
So in a survival situation, you don't have 2 days to make a plant fiber string. And what if it's winter? Take it from me, it's not practical to think that you're just going to make a string from bush material that's going to work. Bring some paracord for your string. It's reliable. And yes, the first couple of times when you're starting, this will stretch to a degree as well. So you usually have to tighten it a couple of times before you attempt your actual fire, because it will stretch to a degree. But it will not break on you, because in my opinion, it's the most important survival skill to learn is fire.
Everything stems from that.
Even though
I think we understand that even now. Without fire, we have nothing. Without fire, we're no better than the animals. The animals. Can you guys imagine if I ever had like a breakout streamer moment? Like Northern Lion or some shit. Like, what did he do? Because he was not a big level. And then he was doing it for like ages, and now he's like a big streamer. I feel like having a YouTube presence, having shorts, has to be an idea. Because I don't have, like, I do Twitch, I do stuff with the Yogs, but other than that, I don't really do anything. I don't work at it. Because I think deep down I know I would never be a particularly good streamer. Oh! I play too many weird games. Like this. Dota. I've done things with big streamers, like... I feel like... This is just a place where I basically do what I want. And I don't try to think of what would be popular. Most people don't want to watch slingshot videos and Dota and Counter-Strike and an old man rambling on. Yeah, I get that. Come on, bury this. So unlucky, lads. Should have won that, he says, not really believing what he's saying.
Some methods may work. Are they practical? You gotta really think that over. You've seen me use the sandwich bag, which does work. I've used it several times. It's only gonna work certain times a year when the sun has enough intensity. It's not gonna work.
Look at, by the way, so look at that. He's using a bag of water to focus light to start a fire.
Several times. It's only gonna work certain times a year when the sun has enough intensity. It's not gonna work if it's cloudy out, obviously. It kind of reminds me of a movie, actually. I don't know if you've seen The Edge. With Anthony Hopkins and Alec Baldwin. He's basically, they're in a plane crash and they have to survive and hike out of the wilderness in Alaska. And it's kind of wintertime. Charles, Anthony Hopkins' character, is explaining to Bob, you can make fire from ice. Now, it is true, it can be done. But again, you have to keep in mind that when you have clear enough ice that would work, the sun won't be intense enough to make it work as a magnifying glass.
Do you think the Inuit people understand that?
Work. And then the other problem is to find clear enough ice that would work. Most ice is milky, gray, just foggy. So cloudy. So you cannot make this lens work. Would be very difficult. And the other thing, which I'm going to do, and I've been working on a method of the fire roll. The problem with that as well is it's not really practical because you need ash to use in your cotton to get the fire roll smoldering and into coal. So again, I mean, obviously you would have had to have a way to make the first fire in the first place. I've come close, I've got it very hot, but not quite achieved my goal, so I'm still going to work on a video and always advocate bring a lighter. But even then, you know, if you fall in a creek, your lighter gets wet, or you drop it in the creek, but I would suggest bring a lighter and a ferro rod, because a ferro rod, you can drop it in the lake or the river, take it out, and it'll spark right away again. I am going to do another video as well about, you know, backpacking for a night or 2 nights and the things that you should bring. Good boy. You know how I always say, do your own research with plants. Now, it's very essential to do that because I have seen YouTube videos and I have seen in plant books mistakes. The one YouTube video, they said they were picking salmon berries, but they had the plant absolutely wrong. And I'm going to show you another example in a plant book where they're absolutely wrong about the plant and the berry. They actually were picking, in this foraging video, thimbleberries. And I'll show you how different the plant altogether
Let's see how different they are.
Thimbleberry. It's got a huge maple leaf, and this is what they were picking in the video. It gets white flowers, and the berries are a dark red and dome-shaped. Thus the name thimbleberry, because it resembles a thimble that you used to use for pushing sewing needles through tough material. Yes, they're very, very good berries, and that's what they were picking. They were calling the salmon berries, which were the thimbleberries, absolutely wrong. This is a salmonberry leaf. Much, much different. You have the one leaf here and 2 on the sides, side by side on the stem. Now, how can you get this plant wrong? I mean, look at the difference. 1 leaf, maple leaf shaped, 3 leaves. And then the berries come in 3 types of colors. Here we got kind of a reddish salmonberry. Very good as well. And then they come in this yellowy orange.
Wow, look at that. Look at that.
Okay, so I'm just going to use a stick here because I'm zoomed in. On here, they're calling it Canadian buffalo berry, or soapberry is the name. You can notice here, the color of these berries are like an orangey, almost transparent. Now, this is not soapberry. This is Pteridinium honeysuckle. Now, see how some of the leaves curve upwards? Some are cup-shaped around the berry this way. They're wide and round at the tips. Oval-shaped, round at the tips. I'm going to show you soapberry in a second. Pteridinium honeysuckle. The berries aren't really even the same color. The soapberries get a dark red berry. Now you notice with the honeysuckle, the berries are above the leaves. Above the leaves, above the leaves, above the leaves. So the leaves are on the bottom, the berries come. There's the soapberry bush. That's the shrub. That one has no berries on it. You can see that the berries grow along the stem below the leaves, not above the leaves like the honeysuckle. Now, these berries aren't quite ripe here. It's just...
I can't imagine knowing nature as well as these guys do. It's amazing.
This tree fell across one of the paths I use.
How many natural areas are used by YouTubers? This tree, like, I'm just wondering, could you go for a walk and not bump into a YouTuber?
When I'm riding through the woods a few weeks ago in a storm, and I got up to here on a horse and thought, perfect place for an ambush. And it occurred to me, my knowledge of medieval outlaws was sparse. They existed, but how do they compare to the film and TV tropes that we see? What was medieval outlawry all about?
Intriguing. Tell me more. Have a sit down.
Medieval outlaws were a real thing. It was a form of punishment. It was not living in great woodlands and sleeping on boughs of leaves and skipping around the woods in Lincoln Green. It was potentially robbing people. It was potentially living rough. The reality of it was very, very different to what we see in film and TV. I've grown up with classic TV shows like Robin of Sherwood and going back into the dim and distant past with fantastic shows about living in the woods. And it's always summer, it's always nice, it's never cold, and it makes it sound wonderful without care or...
The tripods. This was a show about the tripods. I remember this in the 80s. I remember very well. Hang on, let me just do my squad registration. This was about the War of the Worlds invasion, but way down the line. So people were still trying to live in England, 2089 AD, post-tripod invasion. Wow, it's like this show vanished.
Ray, no. Stay, man.
Very Spielberg. We probably deserve it. We probably deserve it, let's be honest. Anyway. I'll be back tomorrow. Hope you guys enjoy me then. Cheers for watching. Take it easy. Peace out.